get going in just a couple minutes. I just want to give everybody the heads up. People at home, I don't know where the stream camera is, but we'll be there soon.
Nice, obviously.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't know where if I'm looking.
I love it. No, I love you. Sounding like
I know, let me do the TPC announcement.
If you see something, say something.
I feel like whenever I hear that, I feel like I'm in an apocalypse video game, and that's the only thing left, where it's like I'm the only person in the world, and that's just the only voice I get to hear is the
That's terrifying.
It is, and it's like I go into the room and it's empty, and it's just like I don't know.
It takes some random fear systems that comes.
Okay. As people trickle in and get their drinks and tip their bartenders and get comfortable, I'm going to just start with the opening remarks because we've got a big night ahead of us, a long night, so we're just going to start. So, hi everybody. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I want to start by acknowledging the stolen land we currently occupy. Toronto, the place in the water where the trees are standing, are the ancestral, traditional lands stewarded since time immemorial by the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, the Chippewa, the Anishinaabe, and the Mississaugas of the Credit, and is home to many other First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. As we gather today to be in and learn about ways that we can even be more so in solidarity with Palestinians experiencing a genocide in their ancestral homelands, we know that the historic and ongoing genocide of Indigenous communities on Turtle Island is what makes this gathering possible. The speakers we will learn from today will demonstrate how all oppression and therefore all liberation are interconnected. They are bound to each other. When we learn about divesting funds from major banks in Canada, we divest from weapons, killing families across the world, and pipelines, killing families here, and the interconnections go beyond these examples. When we learn about organizing among our communities here, we equip ourselves with the skills, knowledge, and relationships to continue to nourish and to sustain liberation efforts, to take care of each other, to build food, care, safety, and education systems outside of colonizing and capitalistic institutions and corporations. I want to note as well that we learn about the importance and methods of community and building alternate systems from people of the global majority, from Black and Indigenous organizers, from people of color, and from disabled, unhoused, queer, and trans organizers, and sex workers, and the list goes on. As pointed out to me by members of the Davenport Aid Brigade, today is also Hiroshima Day, when the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima in 1945, killing and injuring hundreds of thousands of civilians, poisoning those who survived the bombing, their unborn children, as well as the land with radiation. By November 9th, 2023, the US and Israel's bombing had already equated to 2 atomic bombs. That was 8 months ago. The atomic bomb was also made possible via Project Manhattan, which relied on further forced displacement of indigenous communities and exploitation and toxification of their land and peoples by open pit uranium mining and bomb tests. The Pueblo and Navajo nations experiencing uranium poisoning in so-called New Mexico also brings to my mind the mercury poisoning of the Grassy Narrows communities in Northern Ontario. And on September 18th, there is a run and walk in support of Grassy Narrows. All systemic violence and oppression is interconnected. These interconnections should not bring us despair, but instead should help us see how pulling on one thread of oppressive systems will inevitably pull on all of them. The interconnections of oppression increase the possibilities of liberation. As we all know, we are raising money today for 4 Palestinian families through their GoFundMes. All of the funds raised through ticket and artwork sales will be split between the funds for the families of Manar Janina, Yamin Nashwan, the martyr Mohammed Sami, and his student Hussein al-Jawi. We will share one of their stories before each set begins, because we wanted to give them their own time. You can also read about their stories, which are posted at the art table. These GoFundMes were chosen based on relationships held with organizers of the event today or the community organizations we've partnered with. Fundraising is a complicated and imperfect process. There are many people and projects who would benefit from these funds, and the decision is not an easy one. We encourage our community to contribute in whatever way they can outside this fundraiser, whether it's eSIMs, food and medicine distribution programs, as well as with the time, knowledge, and skills that you have to offer in your local community efforts. The idea for this event was sprouted from a conversation between 2 of the organizers, Danny and Apple, who felt they could be using their relationships and knowledge in Toronto's local music scene to raise money and awareness, harnessing power in the privileged spaces we have access to. We wanted to center Palestine and the Palestinian families we are raising money for, create a space for connection and education that makes people feel like they can, in fact, have an influence over things that happen on the other side of the world, and bring people in who may be new, unfamiliar, or uncertain about this kind of community work. Kalina coordinated the lovely art table where you can buy prints and tote bags, which were printed and shipped by Aya Abbas, with artwork by artist and martyr Mohammed Sami and Hussein al-Jawi, who lives in Gaza. The schedule for tonight is as follows. After I finish speaking, University-Rosedale for Palestine and the Davenport Aid Brigade are here to talk about their work and how you can get involved in local organizing. There will be a short music improv set by Teething. At 7:30, change course, we'll talk about personal divestment from banks invested in military and fossil fuel industries, and that will be followed by sets by Moon, Scooter J, and Wizards of Osgoode, as well as a short set by Human Form. We are so grateful to the organizations and performers who have agreed to contribute their time and energy for free today, including Human Form, who have contributed their last show's funds as well as Dan and Unite Local 75, who are offered to contribute $500 from before the fundraiser even began. This is the first time that we're running this form of fundraising program, and we don't intend it to be the last, so if you'd like to chat, please come find me or another organizer. We welcome ongoing discussions about how to best harness our individual and collective power and resources to end occupation, genocide, colonization, and all forms of oppression wherever it impacts people, and to amplify and aid efforts in liberation from Turtle Island to Palestine, Haiti to Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo to Tigray, to Guam, to the Uyghur and Tamil people, to Yemen and Lebanon, to the students in Bangladesh, Kenya, and Nigeria, and to any who we have not named or forgotten. Oh, so University-Rosedale for Palestine, I think, right? Are we at the time? Yeah, University-Rosedale for Palestine, Atia, and Sonia from Davenport Aid Brigade, you are welcome to take the stage.
Okay. Can people hear me okay? Yes, awesome. Right. Good evening, and thank you so much to the organizers for putting on this event and inviting us to be a part of it. My name is Atia, and I'm here today on behalf of University-Rosedale for Palestine to speak about the work that we have been doing in our riding. Since October, constituents of University-Rosedale have been coming together to pressure federal MP Chrystia Freeland to take action to end Canadian complicity in the genocide in Palestine. UR4P officially formed in January, taking strategic direction from the National Palestine Solidarity Network and drawing inspiration from comrades in Davenport, Parkdale High Park, around Toronto, and across so-called Canada. What brought so many to neighborhood organizing with UR4P is seeing the complicity of all our elected officials, whether municipally, provincially, or federally, and refusing to accept the inevitability of genocide. For 10 months, Freeland has ignored constituents of University-Rosedale who have been demanding decisive action to end this genocidal massacre, displacement, and starvation of Palestinians in Gaza. Shame on her, absolutely. As Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, MP Freeland aids and abets the arming of the Zionist settler colonial state. Since October 2023, the Government of Canada has authorized $28.5 million worth of new permits for military exports to Israel for weapons used in the genocide of the Palestinian people. It is well documented that since October 7th, at least 39,000 Palestinians have been killed, including at least 15,000 children, while countless others have been injured, starved, displaced, or remain missing. University-Rosedale, a ward which is home to many hospitals, libraries, and academic institutions, is allegedly represented by Chrystia Freeland as our federal member of parliament. The targeting and decimation of so much of this vital life-sustaining infrastructure in Palestine by the Zionist entity has mobilized so many coalitions of artists, writers, workers, educators, and residents to demand action, and yet MP Freeland continues to evade accountability. Freeland began her own career as a journalist and has posed as a staunch supporter of press freedom in the name of human rights. And yet, amidst Israel's murder of over 150 journalists and targeting and displacement of countless others who are documenting the genocide of their people, she remains silent. In November, MP Freeland spoke about the heartbreaking situation in Gaza and yet has failed to take any meaningful parliamentary action. In February, her constituency office manager told members of UR4P that Freeland is too busy to meet with concerned residents, including Palestinians with family in Gaza. For people of conscience, it is our moral and ethical obligation to uphold the humanity of the Palestinian people, while the genocidaires and political elite try to convince us otherwise. The demands that we organize around are anchored in the calls of the Palestinian youth movement for an end to Canadian complicity in the genocide, a full and immediate arms embargo on Israel, a real and permanent ceasefire, an end to the siege on Gaza, and a free Palestine. We know that mobilizing for these demands is collective work, and since forming in January, UR4P has rallied outside Freeland's office to remind her there is no business as usual during a genocide. We've co-organized the Bloor West March for Palestine with Davenport and Parkdale High Park neighborhood groups, and successfully shut down Liberal Party fundraising events being hosted in our riding with comrades from York Centre, Eglinton Lawrence Don Valley, and Scarborough Southwest for Palestine. On June 13th, as part of coordinated efforts across so-called Canada to demand a two-way arms embargo on Israel, UR4P members visited Freeland's office to demand that she sign on to the Arms Embargo Now statement and join a growing number of elected officials taking action to end this genocide. Toronto police blocked our entry to the building, and Freeland's office staff ignored members attempting to connect with their MP. This will not stop us. We know we are with the global majority. Part of our work has also been to support Palestine solidarity organizing happening in our riding, lending some efforts most recently to the People's Circle for Palestine and the No Arms in the Arts Festival. As UR4P, we hope to continue collaborations with groups across the city to continue to expose the gutless complicity of all our elected officials, this government, of banks and financial establishments, and of the many institutions that continue arming Israel and funding this genocide. If you are a University-Rosedale resident, you can join us too to call on MP Freeland to stop ignoring her constituents and take action against genocide. We will continue to let her know that every day wasted means more Palestinians are martyred and that blood is on her hands. When our elected officials refuse to disrupt this genocide, they reinforce their interest in protecting settler colonial projects the globe over. This is not the first genocide where Canada is complicit. This country is built on and sustained by colonial violence. We know that liberation will not be mediated through the state and that we must build collective power. This is the strategy of local organizing, building power and coalitions in the places we live, work, attend school, spend time with our loved ones, raise our families, so that we can resist, grieve, and rage together, and do everything we can to ensure that families in Gaza and across Palestine also have this chance. As constituents, there are so many ways to get involved and channel your energy into action. Putting up posters, canvassing in your neighborhoods, connecting with influential community leaders, planning events, attending actions, participating in phone zaps, raising funds, hosting supply drives, talking with your people. There is room in the liberation struggle for everyone. As Sudanese artist, liberation educator, and abolitionist Rania Al-Mujammer says, "It is never too late. Our movements need many access points to mobilize our communities to freedom. If you haven't already, these are the times to find your access points, your comrades, and your sites of resistance." In the words of queer Palestinian poet and cultural organizer Rasha Abdulhadi, "Genocides begun do not have to be completed. The elimination of the Palestinian people is not inevitable. We must refuse in every way we can, and we must find or invent new ways. They say, wherever you are, whatever sand you can throw on the gears of genocide, do it now. If it's a handful, throw it. If it's a fingernail full, scrape it out and throw. Anything you can reach." We owe Gaza our endurance. We remain steadfast in our commitment to Palestinian liberation, and we will see a free Palestine in our lifetime from the river to the sea.
Hi, I'm Sonia. Hello, for those that don't know me. I'm here from the Davenport Aid Brigade, and I'm one of the 4 members. So the Davenport Aid Brigade, it's a pretty new initiative, and we are based out of the neighborhood riding group Davenport for Palestine. At the beginning of the year, I went to a town hall that Davenport for Palestine hosted, and one of the speakers there was Rachel Small from World Beyond War, and she was speaking about the arms embargo campaign and At one point, she says something that I'm just going to paraphrase, I guess steal from her. She said, "I, as a person, can't in good conscience do anything less than everything I can do to stop this." And I wanted to start by sharing this because it really resonated with me, and at the time when I heard it, I wasn't really sure like what that could possibly entail. And it also gave me a sense of optimism that I hadn't felt for the first time in a while, because if we look at history and movements and progress and more broadly, how do things happen? One big takeaway one big lesson we can learn is that it really doesn't take that many people who feel that way to be able to really pull things off. So I thought I would take this time tonight to talk to you all about our organization, how it works, what we've achieved, what our next steps are, and then also just share some thoughts on organizing more broadly. And hopefully I would love to reach people who perhaps feel like they want to do everything that they can but haven't yet been able to figure out what that might look like on practical terms. So before getting into that, I know it's been mentioned already, but it's Hiroshima Day, and just really wanted to acknowledge that 79 years ago, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, and in that initial blast, although the numbers are contested, the consensus is that 100,000 people got killed, and just in one go like that. And one misconception that people have is that this was because of the radioactivity, but in reality what happened is most people died because of the heat that that blast emitted, and people were just literally vaporized on the spot. Several years ago, I read an account that just has been seared into my memory that the river heated up so much that when people jumped into the water to extinguish the flames on their skin, they literally boiled alive. And although, in most circles, it's not controversial now to say that this was a crime against humanity and totally unjustified, I wanted to start by bringing this up just because I think it's directly linked to what is happening in Palestine right now. We have decades and decades of evidence that the US empire, and just going forward, whenever I say US empire, Canada is just included in that. We're their assistant. It has no limits, right, to its depravity, and that is who we're up against right now, right? The genocidal destruction of civilian life, testing new weapons, the violation of any kind of existing norms when it comes to warfare. These are all things we've seen before, and this is the situation that we are dealing with right now. So when we were given the opportunity to speak at this event, I reached out to our comrade Nora, who is in Cairo, and she is working every day with people who evacuated from Gaza and are now there. She's always working with refugees, and I asked her if she wanted to write something that I could share on her behalf with all of you, so I thought now would be the opportunity for me to just read word for word what she wrote. So, here in Egypt, Palestinians live in a state of forced purgatory. With nowhere to go and nowhere to be, they stand between the heavenly past and hellish future. Safety is relative, and it comes in many forms. How safe can one be when their future has been ripped out from under them? Yesterday, I sat in a hospital courtyard with 3 elderly fathers who came to Egypt through a medical evacuation, forced to leave behind their families and children. When one began to speak of his martyred wife and children in Gaza, Yusuf, a father of 9 and grandfather of 12, replied, "You don't think we are dead? Their death is a compassionate death, not like ours. We are dying a slow death from this grief. Their death is forgiving. Ours is painful and slow. We are here alone." As much as I would love to bring a message of resilience and hope, such a reading would not do justice to the dire situation before us. The truth is, here in Cairo, everyone is suffering, and the unknown rides upon our shoulders like the shadow of death. So first of all, thank you, Nora, for sharing this perspective. Because as much as we are inspired by the people of Gaza and their resistance and their seemingly and endless bravery, their steadfastness, their faith, their commitment to their land and to their liberation, we also have to give equal weight to their suffering and the horrors that they have been subjected to. Because at a certain point, you have to ask, how, yeah. I promised I would not ad-lib during this, or else I'll go off the rails, so I'm not going to say anything. But anyway, at a certain, but on it, sorry, the bad timing. But it's just like, at a certain point, you have to wonder, like, how resilient can people really be? And, this is beyond a catastrophe. And we, especially as people living in Canada who are, by extension, directly complicit in all of this, we can't just sit by and wait for things to unfold and offer our sympathy and hope for the best in some vague sense, right? So on this note, I wanted to just very briefly offer a little bit of analysis on our current moment. I think that having, a really clear-headed and sober outlook on our conditions is really crucial as we figure out how we are all going to move forward. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but just based on everything that we have seen so far, in the near future, things are only going to escalate, right? I'm not going to sit here making predictions, but it is totally in the realm of the possibility that a regional war will break out. And, personally, I've had a hard time even just wrapping my head around what this actually means. Not just the further devastation and destruction of the region, but also I want to just remind everyone of the fact that we live in a system where our economies are deeply, deeply interconnected. And as much as the media here wants to make it seem like, oh, it's just going on over there, it's very much happening here too. And things are also going to escalate here. Israel is clearly collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions, and it's flailing, and it's acting out, and it bit off more than it can chew. But keep in mind, we are in Canada, and we are deeply, deeply invested in the Zionist project, and our politicians have made it clear that they will just continue to support Israel. So I really want to stress that our role in this, I know most people here know this, but our role in this hasn't been passive at all in any capacity. We've been selling weapons to Israel, buying weapons from Israel, giving them diplomatic support, and by doing this, we're also normalizing the total disregard of international law, right? Not to mention just human morality in the first place. My personal impression, on behalf of the Davenport Aid Brigade, is that the reason why they are so committed to this project that is clearly failing is that they are trying to see how much we will let them get away with. Because we are seeing the effects of climate change in front of our very eyes, and questions of land, resources, the treatment of refugees, all of these are just going to become even more salient going forward. And the way that these questions will be settled in the future hinges very much on what is happening in Palestine right now. So although, yes, we have to do everything we can to stop this genocide immediately, we also have to, always keep the bigger picture in mind. And we have to ask ourselves, is this just going to be our status quo? Is this going to be the new normal, where today we're all watching basically on our phones the genocide in Palestine, and then tomorrow it's going to be a different group? Are we okay with that? Is that normal? And when I say it that way, it almost sounds rhetorical, of course not, but I do think that's the way we should be thinking about things. And so hopefully, after I've framed it this way, when I say that it's humanity's future that's on the line here, that doesn't sound hyperbolic. And I understand those are very high stakes. That is a lot. But here's the other thing that I want to remind everyone of, and this is something that I really want to stress, is that our ruling class and bourgeois media has really been working very hard to make sure that we forget the fact that the future actually doesn't exist, right? It doesn't. This isn't an original point that I'm making, but we're raised on dystopian novels and movies, and we're conditioned that this is just kind of the way things move forward. I mean, let's think about the last time that a politician actually offered us something, as opposed to just conjuring up some scary image and then using that to extort or votes. I mean, like, this is just actually nonsense, and it doesn't have to be that way, and it's done very intentionally, because as soon as we actually start imagining a better world and we realize that it's actually very achievable given all of the resources that we have, then we might, start acting that way, and that really terrifies them, and, they don't want us to go there. So I just really want to stress, like, the future doesn't exist, and it completely depends on what we do in the present. And, yes, our enemies, they have physical force, they have the power of coercion, they've captured people ideologically, but all that means is just those are the conditions that we're dealing with, and so we have to keep that in mind, adapt, and then proceed accordingly. So please never fall for their lies that things necessarily have to get worse. We can grieve what has already happened, we can grieve what is happening in the present, but we absolutely cannot start grieving the future, because ultimately, who does that help? So this brings me to my main topic, and a lot of this has been touched on already, but political organizing. And when I say organizing, I mean more just actively getting plugged into the movement. And by movement, I really want to also stress that, because our strength is in numbers, and we're not gonna donate our way to a better reality. Not that I understand this is a fundraiser, I just mean in general. That's not anyway, sorry, I need to stick to my script, I'm sorry. Anyway, I also want to issue the disclaimer, I'm not an authority on this topic. I know there are even people in this very room who have more experience than me, but I thought actually I would just address you as your peer, and tell you a little bit about what we have accomplished so far and what our future plans are, what is in store for the Davenport Aid Brigade. So just a little bit of background for those who don't know us. The Davenport Aid Brigade was formed in May 2024, so it's brand new, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm one of 4 members. So it all started when Noura, who is just my soulmate, my friend, moved to Cairo, and there she connected with Palestinians who had evacuated from Gaza. And this was sort of touched on earlier in the remarks that she shared, but I just want to briefly provide some context that when families are actually able to escape and arrive to Cairo, the government doesn't give them anything. The conditions they find themselves in are abysmal. They do not have access to medical care, any kind of pathway to citizenship. A lot of people can't access their bank accounts. So over there, a lot of different organizations have sprung up in order to address people's needs. And when Noura came back to Toronto to visit for the summer, she asked me if I wanted to help her collect supplies and money that she would then bring back to Cairo and distribute to people. So of course I said yes, and then I introduced Noura to my friend and comrade Florence, who I had just met a couple years prior in other organizing spaces, and I thought this was a good connection to make because I know that Florence is very active in the local Palestine solidarity movement. So the 3 of us then spent all of June collecting medical supplies and money, and we did this by reaching out to members of our own communities. Most of the donations came from our neighbors in the Davenport riding. And at the end of the month, Noura flew back to Cairo with 7 suitcases filled with donations and over $9,000. And thank you, yes. And yes, thank you. So yeah, in our assessment, this was a really successful initiative, especially $9,000 goes very far in Cairo. And while our government is paying for things like bombs and airplanes, we the people are paying for medical treatment and food and clothing and rent and things that actually, help people be able to live life. So recently, the Davenport Aid Brigade entered a very exciting new phase. We now have a new team member. His name is Ahmed, and he lives in Gaza, and he works at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, which I'm sure many of you have heard of if you are keeping up with the news. So now, in addition to supporting the families that we were working with originally, we are also sending money directly into the Gaza Strip. So on June 30th, our donations were used to buy food for 230 people at the hospital. And Ahmed actually made us a video of him doing this. It is on our Instagram page. I say this because many of you probably didn't see it. I think Instagram censored it from people's feeds. But definitely I recommend watching it. It's very moving that, what started off as just kind of a direct aid, sort of more Band-Aid solution type of situation has turned into a much larger initiative. And now we are in constant communication with Ahmed. He is a core member of our team. It's not like we're just an NGO doing charity work. Our focus is to provide the people with whatever support they need. And so our next goal coming up is, this time we are just collecting funds. We would like to raise $15,000. I'm confident that we can do it, especially with your support. We have a lot of different initiatives coming up. We are in this for the long haul. We're going to keep doing this for as long as it is necessary. And something I just want to add is, I don't want to undermine anyone's skills or talents, and I'm not going to pretend like we would be able to pull this off if we didn't have Nora, for example, and the fact that she lives in Cairo and can speak Arabic and make these connections, or you can't really just send money like that if you don't have a connection in Gaza. But on the other hand, something that I really want to stress is that none of us have anything exceptional going for us. We just kind of assessed the situation, assessed who we are, what skills we are, what we can do, and then we just are doing it now. And so I just hope to convey that everyone has something that they can do. And so before just fully wrapping it up, I wanted to offer a couple examples. So for example, we heard from the University-Rosedale riding group. There's a group like that in basically every riding at this point. From our experience, it is much easier to get plugged into existing structures and communities and organizations rather than starting something brand new from scratch. This event also is a really good example of a community-based effort. I also, though, recognize, we live in a in a society where everyone's very atomized and alienated. Not everyone has a community in the first place. So that's why I would really suggest the neighborhood riding groups. It's also just amazing to meet people who live in the area. If you're interested in things like direct action, like shutting down the entrances to weapons manufacturing factories, check out World Beyond War. They're usually the main group organizing that. PYM, in addition to the rallies, currently they're working on their campaign Mask Off Maersk, which is targeting a logistics company. There's so many different initiatives. I'll actually shout out an article that came out today on the Green Line Toronto that's all about Toronto-based Palestine solidarity organizing, and it goes through so many different initiatives. Definitely check that out, and I'm sure everyone will find something that appeals to them. As I said before, Davenport Aid Brigade, we are raising money. If you'd like to organize a fundraiser with us, we would love to work with you. I'll be here the whole night. Also, you can email us and DM us on Instagram. Very happy to work with you as well. So I promise there's something for everyone to do, and the stakes are very high. And as it was said earlier, but it really is never too late. We need you more than ever. And yeah, I want to reiterate, things can feel very bleak, but it's really not the time to get into that right now. Now's the time to actually just act. And just from personal experience, I really promise that the more active you become, the more people you meet who are also on the same page and doing everything that they can, and you just find more and more reasons to actually be hopeful and keep going. So I'm about to wrap it up. Thank you everyone for listening. I really appreciate it, and thank you to the organizers of this event for putting on this event. A lot of labor goes into pulling off an event like this. So thank you, and thank you for giving us this space. As I mentioned before, I'll be at the back with flyers, and they have our QR code that has our link tree that has all of our information. The one thing I'll mention is we recently updated our link tree. Now there's also Ahmed's GoFundMe. He is raising money to get his immediate family out of Gaza. So if people do have extra funds they would like to donate or would like to spread the word, that would also be greatly appreciated. So yeah, thank you everyone, and I look forward to the rest of the night.
So we have like 8-ish minutes, I think, before teething goes on, but also like take your time. We're pretty loose band. Don't worry. But thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you, Atia. We might even start sooner.
Also, hi. Also, feel free to. There's a raffle. If you buy a ticket or a piece of paper for $2, put your name and email on it, and I'll do a sound bath for you, and you can invite all your friends, and I'll bring all my instruments. Anyways, it's at the front there. Feel free to be a part of it. Is it still going? Is it fine? All right. I wonder what is it. Maybe that's better. I think I got it. Is that better? Still hissing? Still making weird noises. Do you think it's my phone?
Can we turn off this mic here? There's no one using this one. I'm just gonna tap it so you know which one it is to turn it down.
I'm just gonna keep speaking to see if I do hear it. And then do hear it. I still hear it. Should I swap mics? Should I swap mics? Should I swap mics? Should I? Or can we? Nope. What is that? Okay, what about now? What about now? What about now? What about now? I still hear it. But it was playing earlier and it wasn't there.
I'm not sure. We're hearing the hiss.
It's just the feedback on this. It's feedbacking. Could you maybe make me quieter then in that case? Can you hear it now? Do you hear it when I speak? It's kind of like coming all the way around. It's just like, yeah, it's every time I speak. And it's like a... I think that's that. Nope, it's still there. It's coming. It's kind of cool in a weird way.
It is kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not bothering anyone, we can just keep doing it. Yeah? I think we're fine. Yeah?
Okay.
All right. Okay. It looks like that did it. Thank you. That's Robin over there on sound. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you. I think so.
Like it still comes from over there a little bit, but I think it's okay. I think we can hear it.
Is it coming from mine as well?
I think it's okay.
Mine? We just said the same thing. Are we using the same effects? Just for a second. Just for a second. Okay.
My name is
I get the feeling you guys can hear me, but maybe I can't hear myself.
Some on the web so you can hear yourself.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Before we start,
Do you want to use this maybe while you're talking? Thank you. Or you can use this one. I don't know what's better.
It is buzzing that bass, but I can't hear anybody.
before we start,
Is everybody guys ready?
yeah, I'm just gonna read us one of the stories and then we'll start.
I'm gonna bring some lights up for you right now.
No, it's fine, don't worry. This is Manar Janana's story. Manar Janana is 27 years old and has been married to her husband for 4 years. Manar worked in the orphan village SOS as an Arabic language teacher. She loved her work very much. Manar wanted to grow, have children, and live a quiet life full of happiness and love. On October 7th, as she readied for work, Manar's displacement began. She was 7 months pregnant with her first child. Manar has a blood clot disorder, and to have a child required heparin treatment. That day, Manar and her family lost her brother-in-law, who was a wonderful person. Fearing for her unborn child, Manar chose to leave Rafah without her husband to go to her family in the Sujaya neighborhood in the north of the Gaza Strip, hoping it would be safe there. It wasn't safe, but Manar and her family had no other place to go. Manar's pregnancy became difficult. Her heparin treatment was unavailable since the health sector had been destroyed. In Sujaya, Manar's family's building was bombed while she survived, and she lost more dear people, including her uncle and his brother. The bombing and fire belts intensified, and occupation forces carried out ground military operations. Severe weather conditions also prevented them from moving around, and on the night of November 14th, Manar's labor pain intensified. Without any place to give birth in or anyone to help, Manar had her child in the home, only able to get medical support when the occupation's forces withdrew from a hospital in the Strip. Manar is still in northern Gaza, suffering from hunger and struggling to find milk for her daughter, who last week contracted an infectious disease requiring medication. Manar thinks about her husband in Rafah. He is far away and has not seen his daughter yet. Manar wants to return to her home, which has been damaged, along with her husband's car and everything needed for their newborn baby. She wants to rehabilitate her life, her house, and repair her husband's car from the devastation caused by the occupation. How can I carve out a life worth living for? How can we carve out a life worth living for? How can I carve out a life worth living for? How can I carve out a life worth living for? What are we living for? What are we living for? How can I carve out a life? How can we carve out a life worth living for? How can we carve out a life worth living for? they're using your money to bomb hospitals. They're using your money to bomb hospitals. They're using your money to bomb schools. They're using your money to build condos that none of us will ever live in. They don't. The fall of empire, the fall of empire, the fall of empire, the fall of Western civilization, the fall of the American empire, which funds the bombing of hospitals and schools, the stealing of land, this land, stolen. What is the colonial project? If not to displace, if not to murder, if not to steal. They're using your dollars. They're using your taxes. They're using your taxes. How can we carve out a world? How can we carve out a world? How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world worth living? How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world? How can we carve out a world worth living for? You are responsible for the people around you. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. We are the ones that can take care of each other. We will take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. We have to. You owe it to the ones around you to care for each other. You have to care about each other. We have to care about each other. We have to care about each other. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world worth living for? How can we carve out a world worth living for? We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. We are the ones. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. As empire collapses, and it will, empire will collapse. As empire collapses, we are all we have. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. How can we carve out How can we carve out a world worth living for? Worth living for. What is it that's worth living for? What is worth living for? What is worth living for? How can we carve out a world? How do we carve out? Don't give up hope. There's always hope. There's always hope. There's always hope. There's always hope.
In a few minutes. I'm not sure what time. In like 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah. If there any of the other drummers in other bands can come let me know if I should take anything down. Are you another drummer? Cool. I will find out from the others. Yeah. Back here.
it's hard to tell who's making what sound, right? It's like, where is that sound coming from? Like, it's one of those. Even for you guys, right? What's that? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I tried to make sure everybody was in the mix and let you guys do it. You know?
Yeah, even me.
You guys can do it.
Except for the basses. In and out, in and out. Not consistent. But that's. Anyways, I figure I'll tear down some of the stuff.
Time, no time, no time.
I've been working on movement stuff, so I just wanted to feel the vibe.
It went.
It went.
It went.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, this is a great, very grateful to share this with you.
Yeah? Oh, sorry, everybody. Great. Changed Course is going to start their presentation about personal divestment in a moment. Chloe's going to join me on the stage and take it away.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. There's just a bit of feedback.
Oh, there is. I think we just need this one on.
Thanks.
Is that all right?
Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Chloe. I'm from an organization called Change Course. And I'm here. I've been invited to talk to you about moving your money out of the big five banks who are complicit in this genocide. But first of all, I wanted to give a big shout out to all the organizers of this. It takes so much work to do this, and thank you so much. And also, thank you so much to Teething for just like changing the spirit of this whole room and really transforming it. It was just so amazing. And I feel so honored to have witnessed that. So yeah, like I said, my name is Chloe. I'm from Change Course. I'm an organizer there. At Change Course, we mainly support youth who are organizing at their college and university campuses, and also workers who are organizing at those campuses, trying to get their universities to cut ties with the big 5 banks. And when I say the big 5 Canadian banks, I'm referring to RBC, TD, CIBC, Scotiabank, and BMO. Maybe one of you bank with these banks. I bank with one of them, full disclosure, working on that, but yeah. And I was asked to talk about how you can move your money and do personal divestment and divest your personal finances from one of these big 5 banks to a credit union or a different financial institution. But before I get into that, I want to kind of zoom out a bit and talk more about why the banks are such a critical target in this movement for Palestine solidarity, and as we call for an arms embargo now. So I'm going to do a little pillars of power exercise. If you've done this before, just go along with it. Please humor me. So traditionally, when we think of power, the way that we're taught to think about power in Western world, we think of it like a typical triangle hierarchy, right? So this is going to be tough, like this. So just bear with me. So let's say this triangle represents oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Let's say this triangle represents an arms manufacturer company. So at the very top, it's probably the CEO. Who would be right below the CEO? Any guesses? Shareholders? Yeah, shareholders, for sure. Who else has power underneath the CEO? So CEO's at the top. Maybe the executives? Yeah. Underneath them, we'll probably have management, like upper management. And then at the very bottom, we have our workers. So this way that we normally think of power is really, it's hard to see where we fit in all of this. Even if you're a worker at this company, it's hard to see how you can actually make any change because you're all the way at the very bottom. And for us, those of us who don't work at an arms company, we don't see ourselves in this at all. And we don't see how we can change this really rigid structure. But, thank you. With organizing, when we organize against the big banks, we like to kind of turn that hierarchy upside down. So hierarchy is normally, it's normally a triangle like that, and we flip it. So we believe that these companies are really not as stable as they think they are and as they present themselves to be. They're actually really precarious, and they're held up by what we call these pillars of power. So we call these pillars of power or pillars of support, and these are the things that allow these companies, whether they're an arms company or a fossil fuel company, to do what they do. Can anyone think of what a pillar of support is that lets these companies operate? Government, I heard. Lobbyists, yep. Police, absolutely. I'm going to say police and military, yeah? What else? Banks. That's the big one. That's what we're here to talk about today. Thank you. Banks. Anyone else? Sorry? Sanctions, absolutely. What else? Media, absolutely. Media. I think that if I kept on asking, the list could go on and on. There's pensions, there's insurance companies, it keeps on going, right? But we can see that if we can influence any one of these pillars, then this whole hierarchy will start to tip over, and they'll lose their ability to maintain their power. And so our work at Change Course is mainly focused on this pillar here, the banks. And we believe that if we can target the banks, target the financial institutions who are really propping up these arms manufacturers, these fossil fuel companies, then we can stop this extraction, we can stop all this colonial extraction. I want to talk a little bit about what exactly the banks fund. So I think it was a common theme in other people's talks too, but the banks are funding this genocide that we're seeing in Palestine. So most people already know Scotiabank was the largest foreign shareholder in Elbit, and Elbit is the largest arms manufacturer of Israel. But Scotiabank has since halved their shares over the past few months, and all that credit goes to the amazing campaigning and activism that's happened right here in Toronto targeting Scotiabank. So credit to everyone who is part of that. But it's not just Scotiabank. All of Canada's big 5 banks are invested in companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. I have like a big list of all the banks and the arms companies they're invested in. I don't need to get into it because it's all of them. So really, we've been doing a lot of targeting to Scotiabank, which has been great, but there's also value in going after all the banks in Canada. Banks not only fund the genocide that's happening in Palestine, but they also fund fossil fuel projects. In the last year, so in 2023 alone, the big 5 Canadian banks poured over $100 billion into the fossil fuel industry. And this is despite all the banks having a lot of like ads saying how they love the planet and they love our future and they're allies and they're super sustainable. And despite that, they're actually pouring all this money into enabling the fossil fuel industry, which is creating climate change. These fossil fuel projects that they're investing in also include projects that are being actively imposed by Indigenous land defenders across Turtle Island. So projects like the Coastal GasLink pipeline, which is being opposed by the Wet'suwet'en First Nation, and projects like the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, which was opposed by the Tsleil-Waututh nations and other nations in so-called British Columbia. Not only were these nations not adequately consulted and didn't give their free, prior, and informed consent for these pipeline projects, but they were actively opposing it. And so the government had to send in paramilitary forces, all these cops, to brutalize these Indigenous land defenders and their allies on the ground so that they could push this pipeline through. And the big 5 banks, they were the ones who were funding it all. They were the ones who were enabling all this violence on the ground, all this police violence, and this destruction of land that was being protected by Indigenous peoples, or is being protected by Indigenous peoples. So I just wanted to say all this to highlight how all of this is connected, how the military-industrial complex, the governments, the banks, and fossil fuels are all part of this one web that we need to take down. The weapons and the technology, the police and military tactics that are being tested and used against Palestinians are the same tactics and technology and weapons that are then being used to target Indigenous land defenders here, and vice versa. We also know that Israel, even in the last few months, has approved lots of oil and gas exploration projects and development projects on the coast of Gaza, which is they're hoping to profit after all of this or throughout all of this. So we know that violence and genocide is being committed in the name of oil, and so we have to go after the fossil fuel industry. But we also know that oil and profits are kind of also being used as an excuse for why Israel just wants to commit genocide and violence. And Canada's big 5 banks are part of this war machine. We talk a lot about US war machine, stop the US war machine, which we absolutely have to do. But Canada, despite its like good reputation internationally, is also it's also Canada's war machine, and the banks are part of that. So our ongoing campaign at Change Course, we mainly work on this campaign that's called the Banks Off Campus campaign. So we work with students and also workers on campuses at universities across Canada who are doing grassroots organizing, trying to push their universities to cut ties with the big 5 banks, mostly RBC we work on. So we're trying to build this mass movement of student organizers who are pushing the banks to ditch their dirty investments or get off their campuses. So if you are a student, or if you know a student, love a student, or if you work at a university campus, do let me know. We'd love to get you involved in the movement. And we'd love to just build this movement together. Our student organizers across Canada were drawn in because of fossil fuel divestment, but over the last few months have really, really done so much work on Palestine solidarity and bringing those issues together. And we think that by bringing movements together, we can be way more powerful by sharing our learnings, having power in numbers, and having the ability to talk about Palestine everywhere we are. So that's the background done. And I'll move on to a solution that you can all take as individuals. So we know that as individual consumers, we do have a power in where we put our money and where we bank. And even though that's a small action, it's a very visible action. And it can lead to building a big movement of people across the country who are going after their banks and who are choosing to invest in more sustainable alternatives. So at Change Course, we don't want to put too much onus on the consumer. It's, it shouldn't be our individual responsibility. We are working under this system, and we need to live somehow. But if this is an action you want to take, it's a great first step. So we generally advocate for people to move their money out of one of the big 5 banks and into a credit union. And we advocate for credit unions for 3 main reasons. 1, credit unions are cooperatively owned. So as long as you have an account with a credit union, you are a member, and you have the right to put in a resolution to try to get policy changed at the credit union, which at one of the big banks, only shareholders get to do that. So you have way more power. Credit unions are also more rooted in local economies, and so they're more likely to invest in local businesses, local initiatives, rather than those big international corporations. And also credit unions often have better rates and lower fees, and who doesn't want that? Credit unions were more resilient in the 2008 financial crisis because they were less likely to be invested in those really risky investments. And because they're less likely to be invested in those national, global economic interests and more so invested in local and neighborhood interests, by building up our credit unions, we're really building up the resilience of our local communities. So how do we do it? I know people have kind of had mixed reactions or mixed experiences with moving money to a credit union. It doesn't have to be super difficult. I think the banks really benefit from making it feel like a really difficult and impossible thing to do, but it really is something that you can do. So the process of switching can be very easy. You can just go to your local credit union branch and open an account. You pay $1, and that will get you membership at the credit union. So we recommend you open this account, and then we also recommend that you leave your old bank account open for a little while and start moving any auto renewals, auto deposit, auto payments over to your new credit union account. But by leaving your old bank account open for a little bit, it gives you a bit of buffer room in case you forgot any payments, any automatic payments. You can see that and then slowly move them over. And then once you're finally ready, then you can officially close your bank account. But it doesn't just stop there, because what we're really trying to do is we're building a movement of people who are going after the banks, who are seeing how the banks are complicit and actually enabling the genocide and also fossil fuel companies. And so this is a really, really important first step. But after you switch to a credit union, we recommend you do additional steps after. So you can make an appointment with your branch manager at your old bank and tell them why you're leaving. That makes a big difference, because if they get enough people telling them that they're switching banks, then they have to report that up to their higher management. You can join an organization that's doing this work, that's targeting banks. So if you are a student or a worker on a university campus, you can please talk to me. I'll be at the back afterwards. And I can get you in touch with local organizations that are on your campus. If that's not you, I know that Toronto World Beyond War is doing so much amazing work targeting Scotiabank and all the other banks as well. And finally, we recommend that you organize within your credit union. And to be honest, this is something that we haven't really done, but it's something we're really interested in doing. Because the one caveat with credit unions is, while they're usually better and they're more invested in local initiatives, a lot of them don't explicitly say that they won't invest in any arms or in any weapons companies. But because you are a member of the credit union and you get to put in member motions and resolutions, you have way more power to change that and to try to push your credit union to commit to not investing in these dirty industries. So if you are part of a credit union, or if you join a credit union soon, hopefully, I would really recommend organizing that union and trying to push for more member motions and more transparency. So if that's something you're interested in, also please talk to me. We'd love to get this started and try this thing out and see how it goes. But yeah, that's really it from me, and I don't want to keep us any longer. I want us to be able to get back to the music. I'll hang out here for a few questions. Do we have time for questions, or? Okay, yeah. Yeah. So usually we say Meridian because it's like the biggest one in Ontario that's not Alterna. Alterna, we haven't, they're so-so on their customer service. But I was talking to someone earlier who said Meridian was like also kind of so-so. The thing with credit unions is because they're much smaller, it's definitely like, it takes way more time. It can just take a bit more time to like get the help you need. So like with Meridian, like if we needed help, it might take them like a week to get back to us, whereas like a bank would get back to us like right away, right? So there is that to contend with, but yeah. Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Do you run any actions where a group of folks go in one after the other and meet with the bank manager and say, this is why I'm leaving the bank? Like if you had an organized group of 6 people leave the Scotia Bank, go to the same location one after the other.
We haven't done that yet, which I think is really cool though, and I've been wanting to try these actions that are like waterfall actions where like, you know, the bank thinks that it's over and then someone else comes in and then someone else comes in. You know, I love things like that, so I'd love to try. There was an action, actually like 10 years ago now, where someone went in, closed their bank account at RBC, and then like 50 people came in and threw a party inside the branch for the person. And like the tellers were just like, oh my God, what do we do? That was a good one. I want to run that one back, but yeah. Any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna hang out at the back table, so if anyone does want to come up, grab a sticker, take a look at the zine I brought, feel free to come. But thank you so much for inviting me. Yeah.
So we have like 20 minutes to our next set, and that'll be Moon. I think in about 15, Marilyn will share the next story. But yeah, so everybody can take an actual break.
راسمة صونا العهود وقت الحزم حنا الجنود حرب وسلم رغم حدود عنا حلم الغياب نستقبله يا ابن العين يا ابن النهر يا ابن النبع يا ابن البحر ابن السمك والزنقة هاي الزقة وهاي احنا بنت العين بنت النهر بنت النبع بنت البحر بنت السمك والزنقة هاي الزقة وهاي احنا
Robin. Nice to meet you as well. Yeah, let's write.
حبيت القمر طلع القمر اصطناعي شميت الورد طلع الورد بلاستيكي انا حبيت القمر طلع القمر اصطناعي شميت الورد طلع الورد بلاستيكي تكتيكي تكتيكي غايب القلب نيل أرمسترونغ الغالي بغيابه هي اسمع اسمع هي قطعها العمر هالمسهل في نوح داعي لحفرني قبر وادفن فيكم أوجاعي بشرت البشر حان وقت النداعي حجزت الكرج يبقى المكوك الفضائي وصلنا وصلنا مهما رحنا ومهما جينا وصلنا وصلنا والعلم اكتشف كوكب الأرض الثاني مخدي ولحوف حملت كل مشراشي والعلم اكتشف كوكب الأرض الثاني مخدي ولحوف حملت كل مشراشي طرت أنا للسماء تبع بيشعل ببالي فرعة صدمتنا مشروع استيطانية فضل كون فضعنا بدنا من الأرض الأداء خدوا انتو زحلوا القمر احنا اختفينا بنجوم الدور الجاري الأجسام فلتونا ومن شان الله تمشيتوا عالقمر طيب شو بدكم قاعد بتتمشوا شو بدكم منا شو انكرسونا من شان الله فلتونا حبيت القمر طلع القمر اصطناعي شميت الورد طلع الورد بلاستيكي حبيت القمر طلع القمر اصطناعي شميت الورد طلع الورد بلاستيكي تكتيكي تكتيكي Between us and the goal جسد واحد، احنا نفس العصب، مرة فلقوا الارض مرة اكلنا العصا. هذا الحل لا وغيره اعلنوا النفير، في الارض يصير ومش مستاهل سفير. بالشغل اجي اغير صورة نمطية، بنقش فكرة بيتي براسك زي النبطية. اليمن سعيد يمن بلوز ديزرت فانكي، دانس مونكي مونكي دانس مونكي. يا منوقع تحت تحت يا منعلى فوق، بس احنا ولاد بلد ولاد شتات ناس ذوق. ما رسالة من اللي بتحكي انت فيه بلوغ، فيها منوقع تحت منضلنا في الوحل او ننجن ممنهج الجهل. بس لا شوي روح جاب الحلم مخزوق، ضلك معنا سوق منضلنا نطلع فوق. يا منوقع تحت ايوه لتحت يا منطلع فوق. كلكم عارفين يا منوقع تحت. It's not personal. شو بصير؟ يا منطلع. Turn up the sound of the Galilee loud. You hear us stomp on the ground. Legacy system, we coming to town. Pick up your keys at the lost and found. Not clear, run back the tape. Everyone claiming that they got the label. Too cool, no fuel in the flame. Don't question the land, she tell you her name. رسالة ما بعدت لي، رسالة ما بعدت لك، رسالة ما بعدت لي، ما بعدت لي، ما بعدت لك. لا لا رسالة ما بعدت لي، رسالة ما بعدت لك. هسا جاي تلومني وانا من قبلها يا ما حضرتك. لا بكتبي ولا بكتبك، لا بشرحي ولا بشرعك. دخلك هالحكي كله يرضى في ربي ولا ربك. انا هم واحد من اثنين، شو هن؟ يا منطلع فوق يا منطلع فوق. انتو جماعة ذوق والله اهل بلدنا عن جد. لا يرضى عليكم. عطونا شوية ضايع. شابكين صرخة وانقلاب مخيمات لاجئين من افريقيا لفلسطين ايد وحدي شابكين صرخة وانقلاب مخيمات لاجئين بنقول لبابيلون رغم القاهرة احنا هون يرجع عبد الناصر ومانديلا نيلسون والتحية للصوفية تحية للبوذية تحية للي بيأمنوا جميع انواع الروحانية تحية للشعب الرستفاريين صرخة وانقلاب مخيمات عودة لاجئين
Before we get started, before we get Moon up here, I just want to read the next story of Yaman Nashwan. Please tell me if the feedback is out there and not back here. Yaman Nashwan is an electrical. Right. What if I go further? Can you still hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. Yaman Nashwan is an electrical engineer. Startled awake, struck by the explosions, carpet bombings, and internationally banned white phosphorus. Yaman's house was bombed with all its memories and everything else in it. Their home that held his family together. Yaman remembers that day and feels stuck, like he's on the day before the siege started, and everything since then is a dream. Yaman's father taught in UNRWA schools for over 35 years. At the beginning of the siege, he suffered a severe leg injury. After undergoing surgery, he lost his ability to move. The surgery had not been very successful due to the lack of medical supplies and food, and his father's diabetes and high blood pressure. Yaman's father now needs to undergo a new surgery. After 214 days, Yaman started planning to leave Gaza to complete his studies and treat his father, but could not afford the large sum of money the Egyptian border requires for each family member to cross. The occupation had destroyed everything, and they had nothing, not even their daily food. After 270 days, Yaman and his family were still looking for ways to live, and it was challenging. Sleeping on the ground in tents, surrounded by polluted water, and living with hunger that gnaws at their bones day and night. On July 19th, 2024, Yaman shared that the situation had become dire. What little food and water available is very expensive, the days are very hot, the place is unclean, the water leads to additional sicknesses, and bombing escalates. Yaman was diagnosed with hepatitis A and is now very sick. He can barely walk, is unable to eat, suffers from severe stomach pain, and yellowing in his eyes and face, jaundice. Yaman's family is concerned about him and his father's health. While the borders are closed, there is no medicine coming through, and Yaman's family wants to be prepared for whatever the situation and costs will be when they happen. Moon, please come up. And hopefully it doesn't squeak. It's your time.
Hi, everybody. Woo! Thank you for sharing, Marilyn. Really appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Really grateful to be here today, and thank you so much for having me. And I hear that we've been successful in raising quite a bit of money in a short period of time. So yeah, community, important. Like, no matter how small it might look like on the outside, it's actually a huge fucking deal. So this is great. And it gives me hope for humanity in the long run, I hope. So I feel like we all collectively feel that way. So, oh, hey, how's it going, buddy? yeah, I'm gonna play a few songs for you all today, and I have wicked stage fright, so I need my lyrics. Sometimes I don't need them, but then halfway through I'm like, oh, my brain just fell out of my ass, oh shit. One second. So the first song I'm going to play is a song I wrote in high school when I was 16 years old. And it is based on a graffiti that I'm pretty, from what I understood, from the mom that we smoked weed with in the alleyway at school, was her 12-year-old that wrote it on the wall. So, and then it was kind of loosely based on friends of mine at the time and stuff. So thank you so much. Enjoy. Playing hack with one foot, dancing in her red jumpsuit, laughing and joking, snorting and toking. Ella, how you rule the universe? Ella, how you rule the universe? In her tiny little hands, crying out rivers of blood, laughing up a storm. I think I see rain clouds following. Ella, how you rule the universe? Ella, how you rule the universe? Eyelashes burning, makeup running in her eyes, hair the color of red gasoline, brought by the autumn leaves. Ella, how you rule the universe? Ella, how you rule the universe? Lost in her head as she dreams her days away, writing in her journals and then burning them all away. Oh, Ella, how you rule the universe? Ella, how you rule the universe? Lost in her head as she dreams her days away, right? Shit, see, there's where the stage fright comes in. Where is it? Where is it? Playing with the shadows as she rips her own hair apart, gouging her own eyes out. Oh, Ella, how you rule the universe? Ella, how you rule the universe? Ella, 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 you rule the universe. I was a really angsty 16-year-old. Like, fuck. The next one, actually, funny enough, was written about a house that is just down the street from here. Is no longer a thing, but was serving for the time that I was there. And some people know this place, some people don't, but you know. It's called Circus Mice. Listening, whoa, in the silence as we hear the birds sing their song. Acquaintances now turned into friends. The best way to make amends, make amends, make amends, as we stare at the sunrise and beneath the trees, beneath the trees, strange dreams, strange dreams, accompanied by the music of the little circus mice. You will find them all living under the nest at the end of the drive. Many, many, many stories to be told as new mice make it their new home, finding comfort underneath the owl's wings as we collect all those beautiful things, playing their music late into the night, 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 looking for love of the owls and the mice. Love of the owls and the mice can be hard to come by, but once found, not easily forgotten. On the ground, on the ground, all the mice. Whoa, whoa, those pretty mice. You will find at the nest, 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 at the nest. At night. Thank you. I'm not shaking right now. Thank you. Wait, how do I tune it right? Yeah, whatever. It's fucking tuned. Okay. Pink roses in his hair, orange tulips over her eyes to disguise how she really felt inside, to disguise how she really felt inside. Blue, blue, blue. What? Whiskey mornings burn down smoothly as the cigarettes burn in the sky with you and me. For that last time, for that last time. those pretty things, pretty things, pretty things. Spiders covered in jewels and gems and stars, scattered across the sky. Blue, blue, blue. Why? Sitting gingerly on those stairs again as I look at you with my stupid grin. All those daydream fantasies come flood, 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 and back into my mind, you see. Blue, blue, blue. What? Ha 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 ha. What? Ha 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 ha. Thank you. I get nervous every time. I'm used to being behind a fucking drum kit, so I'm just like, oh. I mean, I guess I'm behind a guitar. That helps a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I should have just fucking sat back there. That would have helped a lot. I have a few more songs. I'm curious, time check, just so I don't go over people's. Yeah. Okay. Great. Awesome. Cool. All right. This one's sad. Actually, they're all kind of sad. So yeah, this one's also sad. Masochist in angels' clothes, soaring high for electrical wire. Only to set her whole self on fire. Only to set her whole self on fire. I'll do what I want, even if it hurts. I'll do what I want, even if it's no good. Crashing down at full speed, only to land at his door again. Stupid little me. Couldn't help fulfill this lingering appetite no more. Couldn't help fulfill this lingering. off again. Tied up with wings over her head. Never fighting for an escape. Nothing getting any lighter. Brain filled with way too much desire. I'll do what I want, even if it hurts. I'll do what I want, even if it's no good. Hopes of ending all that was. Nothing left to hide from the world outside. Showed all of himself to the devil again. Letting his lips get to know his one last time. I'll do what I want, even if it hurts. I'll do what I want, even if it's no good. Even if it kills me in the end. Even if it kills. Thank you. So I locked a bike in front of somebody's house upstairs, and now they can't get out of their house. So whoever accidentally locked a bike to a gate, oh, I love you, babe. All right. Oops. Get any more clowny. Just leave it to me and my partner. It's like, oh shit, my bad. Whoopsie. It's like, oh shit, it was us, my bad. Thank you, Danny. I feel like that's good. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's good. 2 more is good, right? Two. Yeah, we'll do 2. We'll do 2. I don't know, we'll see. But like, yeah, right now it's 2. My fucking trusty notes here. There's a photo of my grandpa in here. Yeah, is my grandpa. It's very hard to see him. He never met me, but he passed away 3 months after I was born. But he did get to see a photo of me, so he knew I existed, which is great. But yeah, I always carry his photo with me when I do sets. It helps. Also, I found out years later he apparently was a drummer too, so I was like, oh shit. So this next one, actually, you know what? That was an unintentional segue, which worked out really well. I'm of a Portuguese background. And this song is in Portuguese, so fuck, I didn't even plan that. That is like crazy, right? But yeah, I will play that for you now. It is based on a poem that is believed to have been written by Fernando Pessoa. It's like a pretty, he was a pretty influential poet of the early 1900s in Portugal. And Floribela Espansa, fuck, I always, terrible. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. She was also a writer and a poet as well. So this is a poem that I converted into a song. Dorm, dorm, alma sonhadora, irmã, gêmea de minha, tua alma assim como a minha, tua alma assim como a minha, ressegando as nuvens, aparava por acima dos outros, à procura de mundos novos, mais belos, mais perfeitos, mais feliz, mais feliz. Criatura estranha, espírito irrequieto, cheio de ansiedade, assim como eu criava, como eu criava. Lindo como teus sonhos, e vivas em neles, e viva sonhada como eu. Dorme, dorme, alma sonhadora, irmã, gêmea de minha, já quem em vida não tinha descanso, se existe a paz na sepultura, a paz seja contigo, a paz seja contigo, a paz seja contigo, a paz seja contigo. Thank you. Usually I end with that song, which now I'm like, I probably should have fucking done that. But I'm gonna play a totally new song I wrote like fucking last week. So, and there we go. How's what we're doing today? I honestly doesn't have a name yet, so whatever. It doesn't matter. And I just want to say like a huge thank you for having me today. And I super look forward to the rest of the bands that are gonna play and everybody's just like participation and love of coming here today. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh shit. It's gonna take a second. Discomfort, my oldest friend. We've been through the thickest of the thin. As I wash away my yesterdays, as I wash away my yesterdays. Stay still. Stay still. Keep your head out of the water. Stay still. Just go a little farther. Stay still. Keep your head out of the water. Stay still. Sometimes we simply forget. Out of necessity or pure regret, trying to make it easier somehow, trying to make it easier somehow. Stay still. Stay still. Keep your head out of the water. Stay still. Just go a little farther. Stay still. Keep your head out of the water. Stay still. The need to feel uneasy is an addiction at best. Take a seat with me at the table again. As we eat away at our own distress. Stay still. Stay still. Keep your head out of the water. Stay still. Just go a little farther. Stay still. Keep your head out of the water. Stay still. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Scooter J. If y'all are ready to play in like 10 minutes, that would be cool. So about a 10-minute break and then Scooter J. Thank you, everyone.
You criticize and weaponize, you only thrive by spreading lies. Got the world so hypnotized and mesmerized, but you're dead inside. Must be nice to pick a prize and have the whole world by your side. And if we dare to criticize, we become dehumanized. I'm paying for somebody else's mistake. Tell me how many lives does it take till you feel like we deserve a break? I don't know how much more of this I can take. It's hell for the exiles. It's hell for the occupied. Evangelicals praying for Armageddon. Want Jesus to come back, think they'll go to heaven. How typical to miss the point of the lesson. They said they'll remember, but they keep forgetting. So I'm paying for somebody else's mistake. Tell me how many lives does it take till you feel like we deserve a break? I don't know how much more of this I can take. It's hell for the exiles. It's hell for the occupied. It's hell for the exiles. It's hell, it's apartheid. Now we've made it to this part of the play. The part where we pretend that we're fighting for democracy. But really, it's a democracy for some, not for all, isn't it? And the only reason that you are fighting now is because your freedom is threatened. Otherwise, we would have gone on business as usual. You know the drill. Oppression, apartheid, settler colonialism, white supremacy. That's your legacy. Well, for me, I dream of a place where we are all free. Where it doesn't matter if you're black, white, or anything in between. Whether you're a Jew, a Muslim, a Christian, or if you don't believe. Whether you're hetero, metro, trans, femme, and queer. You can be what you wanna be here. 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 That's what I wanna see. A Palestine that's free. موطني موطني الجلال والجمال والثناء والبهاء في رباك في رباك والحياة والنجاة والهناء والرجاء في هواك.
How many vocals do you need to
هل أراك هل أراك سالما
and just the single.
غانما مكرما سالما منعما
Robin.
وغانما مكرما عبيد لا نريد لا نريد ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا ذلنا المؤبدا وعيشنا المنكدا لا نريد بل نعيد مجدنا التالي مجدنا التالي موطني موطني ماشي حافي حاسس حالي عالي كافي دافي وعافي تحملت كتير صامت مش راح اناني سكريم سكايلينك Tommy, Clevy, Berk Málandi, getuleysi, Spegilsléttur, eingetinn, evi, Spegilsléttur, eingetinn, evi. Gargar hver í sínu hreysi أنا صامد مش رح أنحني Stengja brúður í tómum klefa einangraðar getulausar steytir hver sínum nefa afmyndaðir búkar á lausa أنا صامد مش رح أنحني ماشي حافي حاسس حالي عالي كافي دافي وعافي تحملت كتير وضاعت سنين وبعد العذاب أنا صامد مش رح أنحني 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 أنا بادي ومش رح أنتني أنا باقي ومش رح أختفي أنا كافي ومش رح أنحي أنا كافي ومش رح أنحي أنا صامد مش رح أنحني أنا صامد مش رح أنحني أنا باقي ومش رح أختفي الوضع تعبان آخر الزمان تعبان تعبان الواضح إنه فيش أمل جماعة ماشية على الهبل وعند الأغلبية ما في أولوية والأكترية شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل لا في مصاري ولا راحة بال ماشي لحالي ضايع من زمان لا في مصاري ولا راحة بال ماشي لحالي ضايع من زمان 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 الواضح إنه فيش أمل جماعة ماشية على الهبل وعند الأغلبية ما في أولوية والأكترية شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة خلصت السهرة طفت الموسيقى وصلت الفاتورة شو الحل خربت السيارة وعم بتشتي حجارة وإذا بيجي بكرة شو ضل الواضح إنه ما فيش أمل جماعة ماشية على الهبل وعند الأغلبية ما في أولوية والأكترية شلة همل وعند الأغلبية ما في مسؤولية والبقية شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة أمل والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر شوي شوي مراس هالليلة والقمر يضوي الكون ما في مش عارف راسي من اجري الشغلة مش اني ما بدي الشغلة انه بدي على قدي مليان ناس وجود تيجي وتروح مثل السحاب رسالات 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 بين الخطوط جوا الكتاب قربنا عالتلاتين 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 مش عارف أعطي حياتي لمين قربنا عالتلاتين عالتلاتين الله بعيد مش عارف كيف مرقت السنين الكل عم بتجوز حوالي وأنا مش عارف راسي من اجري من اجري الشغلة مش اني ما بدي الشغلة انه تخطي على قدي ويصير شو ما يصير انا بتحمل المصير يكون شو ما يكون يبكوا يحكوا اني مجنون انا مش مجنون انا مش مجنون انا مش مجنون الكل عم بتجوز حوالي وانا مش عارف راسي من اجري الشغلة مش اني ما بدي الشغلة انه راسي على قدي قربنا عالتلاتين 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 قربنا عالتلاتين الله بعيد قربنا عالتلاتين 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 قربنا عالتلاتين الله بعيد Erin á ferðinni á sömu bylgjunni veit ei hvert skal haldið í leita hamingjunni grjót sem veltur fram get aldrei staðið kyrr þegar þú verður bitur vill gera betur þarf að breyta til Hendi mér upp á veginn svo syng ég þína skál Tómar hendur, tómir vassar en í hjarta mínu brennur bál Óta minn villingur allt frá því 93 og mér skortir allt viss verð það breytist nú Því ég ætla að fara í vestrið vilt þar sem illt og spilt besta fólkið og þó ég geri mjög gott mót fari fót fyrir fót ég aldrei hólpinn Ég ætla að fara í vestrið vilt þar sem illt og trillt að kaup og skipti Ég segi já, ekkert mál að veðileg minna sál Svo bara að taka sénsinn Ég inn á ferðinni ekki komin langt á veg Ég klamra á gítarinn með leðurstígvélin og sló því sandinn dreif Klæddur fyrir hlutverki vona að þið þrifist með Tók mig 30 ár að átta mig á að vera bara ég Ætla að fara í vestrið vilt þar sem illt og spilt besta fólkið og þó ég geri mjög gott mót fari fót fyrir fót ég aldrei hólpinn Ætla að fara í vestrið vilt þar sem illt og trillt kaup og skipti Ég segi já, ekkert mál að veðileg mér að sál Svo bara að taka sénsinn Ég bara að taka sénsinn
Scooter J to perform for us. I'm just going to read another story for one of the artists or one of the people who we are fundraising today for. Just before I start, I want to say a big thank you to Basement 254 and encourage everyone here yeah, I think like some round of applause is necessary. And encourage everyone here to come to this venue often and bring people often and go. They have incredible shows. I've really seen pretty much anything. I've been like to raves here and Greek music, classical, very breathtaking. But when we were putting on this fundraiser, we tried a bunch of different venues and they were either said no or were extremely reluctant and sometimes not very nice about it. And Basement 254 is kind of the only venue that met us with, okay, let's make this happen. And this is what we want to ensure, that there's safety for all people here, and you know, our values aligned with theirs. So I just have to like shout out to that. And so follow them on Instagram, watch their calendar because they're incredible. So one of the artists that we're selling prints for has been martyred on October 17th, and his name is Mohammed Sami. Mohammed Sami was born April 14th, 1999, in Al-Shuja'iyya neighborhood of the grieving city of Gaza. Mohammed is from a beautiful family of 3 brothers and 3 sisters. He spent his childhood in the alleys of the neighborhood and studying in its schools until completing his high school education in Jamal Abdul Nasser School. At 10, Muhammad showed beautiful and precise handwriting, and at 12, he inherited his father's talent for drawing. His father, being a professional calligrapher and artist, became his primary supporter, buying Muhammad all the necessary papers, pens, and colors for a painter. Together, the two participated and excelled in drawing competitions. At 16, Muhammad joined the Tamer Foundation and Cartoon Drawing Institute. Muhammad used his brush to add color to everything dark and dull, painting murals on the walls of his neighborhood. He worked at Tamer as a visual artist and social activist and played various roles in theater days. Muhammad followed artistic developments and decided to study multimedia, successfully graduating from Al-Azhar University with a high GPA. Muhammad Sami had creative and innovative works. He participated in exhibitions, including at the French Institute, displaying his paintings featuring Gaza International Airport, and in an artistic residency for Gazan artists in the Rubik Project, exploring the encryption of paintings and Palestinian art using barcode technology. His latest publication was a story called Takal Kush, in which he used digital drawing. Muhammad Sami was determined and ambitious. He dreamed of having his own exhibitions around the world. When the brutal war on Gaza erupted, devouring everything in its path, Muhammad Sami and his family were forced to evacuate their home and seek refuge in Al-Muamalat Hospital, hoping to find some safety there. They decided to document the war, writing and capturing the events around them. The last thing Muhammad Sami documented was a video he posted on his Instagram showing him entertaining displaced children inside the hospital, attempting to alleviate the horrors of war and destruction. The following day, the evening of October 17th, the occupation forces unleashed missiles on Al-Muamalat Square, committing a massacre that claimed the lives of more than 500 martyrs and left thousands wounded. Among them was the martyr Muhammad Sami, who was struck by a shell in his chest, ending his dreams as his soul ascended to the heavens. Muhammad Sami had a strong and unique personality. He had Palestinian features, wheatish skin, sparkling honey-colored eyes, and black hair. He possessed an innovative golden brush, a melodious, gentle voice, and a captivating smile. He had a kind heart, spoke softly, was close to the elderly, and a tender-hearted favorite among children. Wherever he went, he left a distinctive mark that cannot be forgotten. You can find Muhammad's art for sale at the table, as well as his Instagram handle, which is, his Instagram is being, managed by his brother Ehab. And funds from those sales will go directly to his family. Thank you.
Free, 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 free. From the river to the sea. got to. We're gonna dip her in blue. I count cars on the highway. I can see the city lights. I count cars in my driveway. 90 seconds to midnight. If I put an inspection, 9 grams of Tinder in a can of baked beans. I need some self-protection, couple grenades and a diesel G. I'm climbing up forklifting. I'm climbing up forklifting. I'm climbing up forklifting. I'm climbing up forklifting. Thank you. Come closer, please. Thank you so much. This is one of the greatest shows that we've ever played. Fuck the Israeli army. Fuck Trudeau and Melanie Jolie. They don't know what they all say. Killing the child inside of me. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! read your mind, I'll pull your strings on my guitar. F-O-I-A-M-K, my word, who killed Scooter J? Not gonna fade away. Show you how the West was won. If you give me the time, I'll turn your ass into a gun. O-I-A-M-K, my way, who killed Scooter J? Not gonna fade away. Thank you. Does everything sound okay? Is the guitar too loud? For real, louder? Thank you. Thank you. Take a 2-minute break. It's gonna be better for you, I promise. Volunteer for the greatest machine ever created. I pioneer for the crypto-coin elite. Turn my body to the Windows 8. Turn my body to the top floor suite. I just want to shout out Tyler Maxey and his family. A couple people got run over downtown today, this morning, while they were doing ceremony, and TPS enabled it. Just want to say a big fat fuck you to TPS. Fuck the police chief Myron and all the idiots. Listen up, you fucking bear. Here for you. We'll show you the taxi. We're gonna back the blue.
You all are so beautiful. Thank you so much. I promise it'll be over soon.
No plastic man. Leave your plastic flag out, man.
وصفك وصفك مين اللي وصفك مسؤول الحفل طالع زي الزنبرك مش عارفين يعني صفتك مين يعني كنا مكيفين وبعدين شفنا منظرك وصفك مين اللي وصفك مسؤول الحفل طالع زي الزنبرك مش عارفين يعني صفتك مين يعني كنا مكيفين وبعدين شفنا منظرك مسخرة شو هالمسخرة داخل بسلاحك عنا زي الأسد مش مفهوم يعني مين بتكون قولي بدي بطخ ورود بركي تزين هالبلد استسلمنا الموسيقى ارفع ايديك حرك اجريك كسر كل الحواجز البت سكر عليك ما تفكر هون ما في حدود فك القيود كل شي موجود متوفر مين ما بتكون شمال الجنوب شمال الجنوب منرحب رنوا الالارم دقوا الجراس وين الانذار نبهوا الشرار المكان رحيل انتفاضة انتفاضة on the dance floor انتفاضة don't stop anymore فوق 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 ايدينا فوق على الصوت فوق 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 ايدينا فوق على الصوت عالساحة عنا معركة بنضل نزيد الحركة بتضل نزيد الحركة والباقي طلع البركة ما تسألني كيف وليه عالساحة بنعمل دولة Don't stop, give me more.
يا سلام يا سلام يا سلام شو حلو هالكلام لأول مرة حاسس في أمان شايف الدنيا ألوان دهبي وفضي بخلوني متفائل لقدام واللي صار صار تاريخ واللي راح ما كان قريب أنا بضل أعمل تجديد أنا ما بقدر عالروتين واللي صار صار تاريخ واللي راح ما كان قريب أنا بضل أعمل تجديد أنا ونفسي مبسوطين أنا رح أمشي أنا مع نفسي اللي بيروح وبيجي لا لا ما بهمني لو سألوني ولا مرة ببيع عيوني أنا رح أمشي أنا مع نفسي أنا مع نفسي كل شي معاك طلع في الشباك البلد كبيرة إلي أنا وياك منلف العالم كمان بالقدس لكازابلانكا بيروت لعمان واللي صار صار تاريخ واللي راح ما كان قريب أنا بضل أعمل تجديد أنا ما بقدر عالروتين واللي صار صار تاريخ واللي راح ما كان قريب أنا بضل أعمل تجديد أنا ونفسي مبسوطين أنا رح أمشي أنا مع نفسي اللي بيروح وبيجي لا لا ما بهمني
أنا ونفسي في علاقة حميمة من زمان قصتنا طويلة أنا ونفسي في علاقة حميمة وأنا معاي الدنيا جميلة الدنيا جميلة أنا رح أمشي أنا مع نفسي اللي بروح وبيجي لا لا ما بهمني لو ربطوني وهددوني ولا بعيوني أنا رح أمشي أنا مع نفسي أنا ونفسي في علاقة حميمة من زمان قصتنا طويلة أنا ونفسي في علاقة حميمة وأنا معاك دنيا جميلة دنيا جميلة دنيا جميلة دنيا جميلة والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر شوي شوي نرقص هالليلة والقمر يضوي الكون ما في حاجة نحكي الليلة بكفي حكي العيون شوي شوي نرقص هالليلة والقمر يضوي الكون ما في حاجة نحكي الليلة بكفي حكي العيون والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر والناس بتنام واحنا نسهر والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر والناس بتنام واحنا نسهر يلا نقوم ونلف الكون من بعد يوم ما في نوم شوي شوي نطير الليلة ونعلي فوق النجوم ما في خيوم من الليلة ليل كله واضح مفهوم شوي شوي نطير الليلة ونعلي فوق النجوم ما في خيوم من الليلة ليل كله واضح مفهوم والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر والناس بتنام واحنا نسهر والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر والناس بتنام واحنا نسهر يلا نقوم ونلف الكون من بعد يوم ما في نوم انسى بكرة انسى بكرة خلينا بهاللحظة 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 والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر والناس بتنام واحنا نسهر والليل مجنون واحنا أكتر والناس بتنام واحنا نسهر يلا نقوم نلف الكون من بعد اليوم ما في نوم يلا نقوم ونلف الكون من بعد اليوم ما في نوم ما في نوم ماشي حافي حاسس حالي عالي كافي
Spegilsklettur, eingetinn evi. Spegilsklettur, eingetinn evi. Gargar hver í sínu reysi.
واضح انه فيش امل، جماعة ماشية على الهبل، وعند الاغلبية ما في اولوية، والاكترية شلة همل، شلة همل، شلة همل، شلة همل. لا في مصاري ولا راحة بال، ماشي لحالي ضايع من زمان. لا في مصاري ولا راحة بال، ماشي لحالي ضايع من زمان زمان زمان. الواضح انه فيش امل، جماعة ماشية على الهبل، وعند الاغلبية ما في اولوية، والاكترية شلة همل، شلة همل، شلة همل، شلة همل. خلصت السهرة، طفت الموسيقى
تحت السيارة وعم بتشتي حجارة وإذا بيجي بكرة شو ضل الواضح إنه ما فيش أمل جماعة ماشية على الهبل وعند الأغلبية ما في أولوية والأكترية شلة همل وعند الأغلبية ما في مسؤولية والبقية شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة همل همل شلة همل شلة همل شلة أمل أنا الزلمة بعمل اللي براسي ما تحاول تغير لي أفكاري أنا الزلمة بعمل اللي براسي ما تحاول تقنعني عالفاضي أنا رايح جاي وشو ما سويت ولا حد بتطلع أو بسأل أنا وين أنا بطلع بس خواتي ما تلوموني بس القبلي علموني هيك دللوني وقدمولي حقوقي وعلموني الدنيا ما بتمشي بدوني مش معقولي ننسى بهالسهولة زيك مثلي مثلك أنا الزلمة بحترمها وبقدرها وبتعلم القوة منها أنا الزلمة تسمعلي وبسمع لها وما بحاول أغيرها بيقولوا المرة من فينوس والزلمة من المريخ بس بالحقيقة إحنا نفس الشي شو لو جربنا نرجع في التاريخ ونعيد الصورة ونوقف التمييز ولا حدا أحسن من حدا ولا حدا أبدأ من حدا والمستقبل هلأ بدا ولا حدا أحسن من حدا ولا حدا أبدأ من حدا والمستقبل هلأ بدا ولا حدا أضعف من حدا ولا حدا أقوى من حدا والمستقبل هلأ بدا إذا بنمشي سوا أنا الزلمة بحترمها وبقدرها وبتعلم القوة منها أنا الزلمة تسمعلي وبسمع لها وما بحاول أغيرها مش رح نتعلم من اللي فات كلمات ضاعت الحروف بين الغابات الكل عم بتجوز حوالي وأنا مش عارف راسي من إجري الشغلة مش إني ما بدي عمال المصير يكون شو ما يكون يبكوا يحكوا إني مجنون أنا مش مجنون أنا مش مجنون أنا مش مجنون الكل عم بتجوز حوالي وأنا مش عارف راسي من إجري الشغلة مش إني ما بدي الشغلة إنه راسي على قدي قربنا عالتلاتين 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 قربنا عالتلاتين الله بعيد قربنا عالتلاتين 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 قربنا عالتلاتين الله بعيد كنت دايما خايف من حالي خايف من كل اختلافاتي بنادي وبنادي ما وصلت الرسالة لحالي بحكي مع خيالي حبي غير قانوني حبي غير قانوني حبي جاب لي جنوني تقدر تاخد كل وعي هددني ربط ايدي احرمني من اسمي وحقي ارفضني ما بتغيرني كنت دايما تشوش لي افكاري صوتك عاش في راسي اليوم انا ماشي اذا بتنساني انساني صوتي بعيش في الاغاني حبي غير قانوني حبي غير قانوني حبي جاب لي جنوني حبي غير قانوني حبي غير قانوني حبي جاب لي جنوني تقدر تاخد كل وعي هددني ربط ايدي احرمني من اسمي وحقي ارفضني ما بتغيرني تقدر تاخد كل وعي هددني ربط ايدي احرمني من اسمي وحقي ارفضني ما بتغيرني قصولي جناحي وما زبط اني اطلع من القفص انا عصفور انحبس حبي غير قانوني حبي غير قانوني حبي جاب لي جنوني تقدر تاخد كل اغراضي حاول امحيني عالفاضي تركني بحالي انا راضي ما بتغيرني تقدر تاخد كل وعي هددني ربط ايدي احرمني من اسمي وحقي ارفضني ما بتغيرني ما بتغيرني غيرت بحالي وما زبط اني اضل جوا القفص انا عصفور ما بينحبس
everyone. This is hello from the stage for me for the last time. Before Wizards of Osgoode start playing, I would like to read this short story of the second artist who is just at the table over there. And I also want to remind you that after Wizards of Osgoode, there is another set by Human Form, and don't worry, it's the perfect thing because it's very short, and it will give you like a nice little wake up kick for you to go home. Once again, thank you so much for supporting this fundraiser, and to all the bands and playing. And the Basement 254. Okay, so Hussein Al-Jarjawi is an 18-year-old visual artist. He has undertaken extensive training in art courses, including plastic arts and contemporary arts. Hussein strives to create a unique space to express the issues experienced. Okay, let's try this again. Hussein strives to create a unique space to express the issues experienced by his community in his society and convey them to the world through realistic painting and visual works. Hussein was one of Muhammad Sami's students. Hussein uses his art to help people understand what Palestinians are going through in Gaza and their love for Gaza. On the 13th of October 2023, Hussein's family's homes were destroyed, and they were forced to flee, seeking shelter in a friend's home in Deir al-Bala. Now Hussein and his family live in terrible conditions in a small tent, facing horrors every day. They have lost family and friends. Hussein's dreams of creating and selling paintings together with his friends have been replaced with grief, as several have passed away or had to leave Gaza. Hussein carries his dream and the dreams of other artists, like his teacher Muhammad Sami. Hussein wants to show the world art from Gaza. Thank you.
snow is always cooler. The sand is in my eye. The silent is the tree that he makes me wanna die. But not if you're with me. And the sky is never gray, though sometimes it's in a haze. The cars are pretty cool, but the snow is always cooler. The sand is in my eye. The silent is the tree that he makes me wanna die. But not if you're with me. And the sky is never gray, though sometimes it's in a haze. The cars are pretty cool, but the snow is always cool.
can stand up now. politically. But for me not to sing politically, I must listen to the birds. And for me to listen to the birds, the warplane must be silent. The warplane must be silent. It's always the same. It's always the fucking same, day in, day out. Again and again, again and again. You do it again, you'll try again, you'll do something else. You'll try it again, you'll do it again. Nothing ever changes.
Thank you very much for having us out here. This is feels very personal to us, and it's just awesome to have been asked. And all the acts and all the amazing people here make it very, very special for us. So, thank you. kind of made a semi-conscious decision to do a lot of instrumental music tonight because we're just musicians and we're here to play music. The talk amongst yourselves and the things that have been said tonight is what I think is important. I'm still singing songs, but that was just something I noticed, I guess, when we started playing. But here's another new one. It's called Make Do, Breathe Mind. Got one more for you.
very much. We're the Wizards of Osgoode.
موطني موطني الجلال والجمال والثناء والبهاء في رباك في رباك والحياة والنجاة والهناء والرجاء في هواك في هواك هل أراك سالما منعما وغانما مكرما سالما منعما وغانما مكرما
فاتني والليل يغني. بس 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 أنا يمكن لازم أمسك حالي وأهل. كل ما بحاول بيحكولي عم تستفز. طب أفز من هون عمحل تاني. بس أنا هون وبدي أترك علامة. أنا بس بدي أكون صريح. بس بدي أعيش مرتاح. بس بدي أكون مبسوط. بس بدي أرجع عالبيت وأسترخي وأخد نفس. بركي أحسن أغير حالي وأصير رجل فضائي واستوطن عالمريخ. أصنع تاريخ وأشوف الكون بستناني تاني وأنام جنب النجوم في واقع تاني. أنا بس بدي أكون صريح. بس بدي أعيش مرتاح. بس بدي أكون مبسوط. بس بدي أرجع عالبيت وأسترخي وأخد نفس. يبش ما تهتم معلش. كله بيمشي بلا حس. طنش تعيش. تنتعش. أنا بس بدي أكون صريح. بس بدي أعيش مرتاح. بس بدي أكون مبسوط. بس بدي أرجع عالبيت وأسترخي وأخد نفس.
يا حبيبي تعال الحقني شوف اللي جرالي من بعدك. سهرانة من وقت بناجي خيالك من قدك. وانا كاتمة غرامي وغرامي هلكني. ولا عندي لا أب ولا أم ولا عم أشكيله نار حبك. روحي وقلبي وعقلي وجسمي وجمالي في يدك. محتارة أعمل لك كيف دلالك وفي صدك. ليه أخبي غرامي وغرامي هلكني. لا أبكي وأحكي وأشكي بلكي يا غزالي لين قلبك. سيارة وحدي في ظلمة الليل في وحشة دربي همي يثقلني ذنبي يؤلمني وحدي أدعوك وأرجو من قلبي يشكو ما لي سواك أنا في حماك رب هداك ما زلت أسير وعلى العصيان ما عدت قدير فادر دروبي واغفر ذنوبي فانا الفقير يا طالعين عيني للجبل يا مول موقدين النار بين اليمن يمن عيني للهنا يا روح ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا لا بدي زنار بين اليمن يمن عيني للهنا يا روح ما بدي منك لكم خلعة ولا لا لا بدي زنار بين اليمن يمن عيني للهنا يا روح إلا غزالي الذي جواني لكم محبوس بين اليمن يمن عيني للهنا يا روح إلا غزالي الذي جواني لكم ميدوم بين اليمن يمن عيني للهنا يا روح يا طالعين عيني للجبل يا مول الموقدين النار بين اليمن يمن عيني للهنا يا روح قلبي يا قلبي بدي احكي لك عني حاسي بالغربة قلبي يا قلبي بحاجة انه تضمني بلا ما تحكمني
مش عارفة إذا كنت أصلا بقدر أمرق امتحاناتي واختباراتي واستندرتاتي كل عالي وأنا مبارك تعبت من حالي كل جالي انفصاماتي كتر تحليلاتي كل جولاتي بعمل مالي بدير أعمالي بدي مدالي على كل زبالي اللي بزت القد غالي اللي مبلفني انشغالي مصاري حرام مش من حلالي بقولها لا علشان صلح أطلالي الماضي اللي متعبت لي بالي اللي بتحكش لي ضميري بالليالي أنا ما كنتش قصدتها وأنا ما كنتش عملتها علشان ألمع صورة احتلالي again أنا ما كنتش قصدتها وأنا ما كنتش عملتها علشان ألمع صورة احتلالي أوكي فشوي شوي 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 علي أنا كنت صغيرة كنت أفهم شو اللي حوالي أنا كنت مشغولة أغسل غسل دماغي عن عيني شوي 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 علي فشوي شوي 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 علي أنا كنت مديري بس أحلامي مش على حوالي أنا كنت قصيرة مصري بس بشوف عطول عيني فشوي شوي 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 علي قلبي 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 بحاجة منك ضمني 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 بلا ما بس تحكمني كل سنة اسمع أنا كنت نايف كنت بفكر إنه العالم منيح إنه الموسيقى الحل الوحيد وإنه كل الناس وردي كان بدي أعيش في عالم نبات ووصل للجميع كنت بفكرتنا كلنا مساكين طلعت الحياة مش بيلعب في سيستم ابن طلعوا وجهين لنفسهم بغنوا لك أغاني One love One heart زي السوبر ونكتب لا مش وايت سوبريمسيست إني مش عرب بس إني أوتنتي بالنسبة لكم هذا مش مفهوم بالنسبة لي كان إثبات وجود هذا الشي اللي كان لي موجود لو بتخيروني اليوم ما كنت بعود بس كله هذا علمني الصمود خلاني أحكي قصة شعب مفروض عليه اغتيال مشروط لهوية بعد هالعهود فشوي شوي 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 علي أنا كنت صغيرة كنت أفهم شو اللي حوالي أنا كنت مشغولة أغسل غسل دماغي عن عيني شوي 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 علي فشوي شوي 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 علي أنا كنت مديرة بس أحلامي مش على حوالي أنا كنت قصيرة مصري بس بشوف عطول عيني فشوي شوي 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 علي
That's our last song. Free Palestine.
يا ريت أعرف كيف بقدر أصير عصفور بيطير يا ريت أقدر أعيد الجنزير الماسكني يا ريت بنفع أحكي كل شي أنا مخبي بصوت عالي بكل تعبير وكل العالم يسمعني يا ريت
There you
بنفع
oh, you hear me now.
كل الحب
Thank you everybody so much for coming to this. I just want to remind everybody that there's still art and there might be still a tote bag still around. Please contribute if you can. Thank you so much for coming. But I just want to remind everybody that it doesn't end now and it doesn't end with Palestine either. It's about imperialism in the whole world. Please keep supporting the people that need supporting. Please keep reading up on what you need to be educated about in the world. And free Palestine, and the empire will die soon in our fucking lifetime. It will die.
You criticize and weaponize, you only thrive by spreading lies. Got the world so hypnotized and mesmerized, but you're dead inside. Must be nice to pick a prize and have the whole world by your side. And if we dare to criticize, we become dehumanized. I'm paying for somebody else's mistake. Tell me how many lives does it take till you feel like we deserve a break? I don't know how much more of this I can take. It's hell, sides. It's a hell, for the occupied. Evangelicals praying for Armageddon. Want Jesus to come back, thinks they'll go to heaven. How typical to miss the point of the lesson. They said they'll remember, but they keep forgetting. So I'm paying